Okay, I do apologize to the YouTube folks. They should be connecting in now. Somebody let me know that wasn't working. So, what's going on with this stream and what the trial is here is I want to go with a slightly more soothing tone than what I normally use. I'm a bit louder and more boisterous of a person. I also have gone in and adjusted all of my sound sliders here inside the game so that they would be more in line with that as a concept. Now, what does that mean? It doesn't mean a lot. It means that I'm going to try to be a bit more relaxed and a bit more calm. Not that I'm loud or frantic, but more to keep things even. So that's what we're going to try for. That's what I'm going to try to do. If it works, great. If it doesn't, also great. Somebody just let me know. Now, today, we are going to be trying out a new build. When I say new build, what I mean is Brick had a crazy harebrained idea. In that harebrained idea, I was like, you know what? There's these companions where I can take mods from bosses and add them to my pets. What will make that work? How do I make that work? And going from there. And initially I thought that Hunter was going to be the class that I used for that. Honestly, looking at all of the bonuses and everything else, I think the Tactician is actually a better fit. So, having said that, I don't know what weapons we're going to use. I don't know what other skills we're going to use. I'm not following an online guide. We are making this up as we go. So, buckle in and let's see what happens. Probably one of the first things we're going to do is grab some kind of scepter for AoE buffs. We'll see. We're going to also, just for note, going to be playing on solo self-found. Now, what this means is trading is disabled, grouping is disabled, and I cannot push my character ahead artificially. It also means that if you've used to Path of Exile 2 and you've kind of got the currency system in your head, throw that in the trash. It means nothing here because currency is only what it does for you as an individual. So, let's get started. Now, you can see all my characters here. We have this shield warrior that's going through. They just started mapping. We also have our... Whoops. That was not my intent. I apologize. We also have our poison and bleed ranger here, which has been phenomenal. They have cleared most of the content in the game at this point. Here, 15 maps, all that jazz. I did not intend to click in here, and I apologize, y'all, having to watch this loading screen. Now, I am hoping that all of my delicate sound settings that I've set up for this very carefully are not completely undone here. If they are, I may have to apologize a little bit, and we may have to change things up. Okay. So we have our level 90-ish Pathfinder. We are going to create. We're going to go to solo self-found. We are going to pick the mercenary. We're going to call this a companion merc. Nope. There we go. Oh. Okay, so it did not remove the sound settings that I had set because I set it not to do any voice lines directly to cutscenes. So that did seem to work. Awesome. We're going to go with WASD because not doing that really makes me sad. Now we are going to double check and verify. Awesome, awesome. Some of this is not where I had it. I know for a fact some of that is not where I had it. All right, we are going to give that a roll. The objective is for the loud sounds of combat to be kind of background. But for the music, which the sound design in this game is actually phenomenal, so... Alright, the sound of the crossbow is not too bad. Now, we're only going to be using this to get through to town. I don't know what weapons we're going to be using. I think it's going to end up being... Honestly, it would be amazing to me to use double scepter. The only reason I hesitate with scepter, and it may be that we do spear scepter, the only reason I hesitate with the scepters is because I believe, and we're going to look at this, that the companions have a strength dex requirement. With that in mind, I'm not 100% sure if I can get 3 different skills high enough, or 3 different attributes high enough, without spending significant amounts of time doing so to be able to make that build work. But again, we're kind of just making this up as we go and testing it. This is probably my favorite thing to do in Path of Exile 1, Path of Exile 2, to see something that a class does or a subclass does and go, that seems a little different than what maybe was intended. Let's see what we can do, and let's bend that slightly this way. One of my favorite people to watch is on YouTube is a YouTuber who does randomized builds to try to make them function. This is a shotgun blast? Yeah. I actually think the basic sound effects are a little too low. I'm going to tap them up. I'm also going to tap up the dialogue volume ever so slightly. If y'all can let me know whether or not that was a good change or not. Again, the objective is for it to more seamlessly blend and less of a... I don't want it to be jarring. We got our first skill point. Now, I am not some Path of Exile tourist. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like, you guys saw all my characters. I don't even want to know how many level 70 plus Path of Exile 1 hardcore characters I have. Unfortunately, they're all a similar build type. And they all kind of get stuck at the same spot, so... Alright, we are almost to our first boss battle. Remember that while you're playing against the miller, the mobs are the ads are a distraction. If you catch him far enough away from you, it's definitely okay to take those out. Right now, we're just kind of swapping between a shotgun mode and a not. Alright, I need to switch to a shotgun mode just to kill some of these and get them out of my way. And there we go. The bloated miller is down. Alright, so the dialogue volume is definitely too low on this character. Now, before, when I was testing it, I was on a warrior. So that may have something to do with the difference, because I have actually never played a mercenary in Path of Exile 2 past like level 15 or 20. So we'll see how this goes. So we're going to go ahead and talk to Renly, grab our skill gem. Now, we need to think through what we're going to do here. I don't know what my SSF chest looks like. I'm sure it's actually kind of weak. We're going to go through and accept all of our quests here. I would one of these times like to do a lore-based playthrough of just sitting and going through all the dialogue and doing all of that. This wouldn't be a bad way to do that, but it's not really what I want. Okay, so we're not like completely out of luck here. We're okay. We have some actual crafting materials. That's good. A couple of skill gems. That's also not bad. Some support skills. We're going to try really hard to use as little of this as possible, but I wasn't even sure what my options might be here. Okay. So, nothing amazing, nothing crazy, nothing out of balance. I know at one point I had intentionally emptied that. So, we're going to look at our passives here. Our primary objective is actually over here with our companions. Increases and reductions to companion damage also apply to you. Preservation efficiency of companion skills. That's going to be a big one. Now, this all started because my ranger ended up with a companion. Now, my ranger ended up with a companion because I needed to solve a specific problem. In the game, I was struggling with anything that had a tag of proximal tangibility. And basically what that means is if you'd like to touch them, you have to get close. I, of course, would have liked to have touched them because you would like to do damage to things. All right, so armor and evasion, because I don't know that we're going to use a projectile. Let me look at the spear skills real quick. Y'all are going to get to see kind of my process for what decisions I make. So right now, in the one-handed weapon category, our choices are a wand, a mace, and a spear. Now, I do not know how all of that is going to work or how I'm going to feel about that. Right now, I'm leaning on spear because it's not something I've used before. But it's meant to be both melee and ranged, which I don't think will work poorly. It looks like everything is dex-based. And the way you can tell is just hovering over it. This is actually the skill we're aiming for, is Tame Beast. Now, the way this skill works is you will find a monster that you really like the keywords on, and he becomes yours if you can get him down low enough on health. Once that happens, he becomes a gem, just like Summon Skeleton, just like anything else, with all of his keywords still intact. There's the ability to have multiple, there's all kinds of other crazy things that I'm actually really excited to try and make work. So I think we're going to come over here. Do we have any kind of coin? Really? 3,000? Hey, Finn, help me out here. Do you... Okay, a random spear's 350 gold. We'll go with that. Okay. Well, saw, that was RNG. I promise, it was indeed just RNG. Uh-oh. Oh, because I have the fragmentation skill in. I always forget about that. Alright, so we do have a level 1 skill gem. Right now, let's look at... Oh, no, we'll have to talk to Una. Now, it won't hurt us to kind of get in the habit of doing scepters. Is it Dex Intelligence? Is that what we're going to need to do instead of Dex and Strength? I assumed the Strength modifiers would be necessary for the companion, but if not, Dex and Intelligence isn't a terrible way to do things. Alright, let's give that a roll. Let's see. I mean, I'll give them the maximum life, but it's really not going to help. And because we are solo self-found, we are disenchanting everything because all of these scraps you can get are of value. Oh, interesting. I can't put this in as a level 1 skill gem in here. Fascinating. Okay. We can do that, yeah. Today, we learn. Oh, I have to sell because I can't disenchant. All right, so we are going to go here. We are going to go to Spear. Are there any of these that are projectile based? Okay, so this looks like it'll work about like your grenade stew. Pierces all targets. Limit 1 spear. Okay, let's try this. So we're going to grab this skill. We're going to put it right here. And then let's go ahead and... Do we want to get tanky? Being strength and intelligent. I think we're going to need to take more of a backline role. It's got some projectile damage. And then we're going to start beelining it this way. Oh, we'll get there way before... Yeah, we'll definitely get there way ahead of time. So this is going to be a little rough. What we're going to do is I'm going to pretend like we're going with Spear. We're going to probably grab some extra nodes, and we'll worry about respeccing a little bit once we get there. What you don't want to do is paint yourself into so much of a corner that you don't have the ability to successfully do anything. And since we don't get any of that, I don't think we can even get the spell until level 30. So let's see how this works. 2, 3. Okay, that's decent. Oh, wow. Honestly, we can... Worst case scenario, we can just focus on throw spear. I guarantee you I can make that strong enough. I would also be curious if you can please let me know in the comments or in live chat right now on Twitch or YouTube, if you can let me know how the sound profile is doing. Kind of made this up on the fly, and I would like to know... I do feel like the music is cutting out during times of action, so there's less going on, and I'm hoping that gets better as we go different places and different things. But I've never really paid that much attention to it. Okay, so it almost looks like my little skeleton guards here are taunting. So as we do this, I probably need to take that into account because I keep throwing it a further distance. There we go. That worked. It'll be excellent for killing a boss here in a second. I would like to get one more level before we try to fight her. Now, it says specifically that I cannot stack those skills. I do also like the spear, how it kind of lunges forward if you're just a little too far away. That makes me very happy. Attack speed. We will stick to projectile for now instead of attack speed. Maybe we'll change later on. I'm not sure. Like I said, we're making this up as we go. This is going to be something... we're going to make mistakes. We're going to figure it out. Like I said, I don't know that I've ever actually used a spear. Alright, that is going to give us a lot of much needed gear. We're going to grab our resists here. And we're actually going to probably end up in a lot of monk garb, which is evasion rating and energy shield. Just because that kind of matches the stats I think we're going to end up with. Our first gem we get, it's probably going to be a lower duration, our first support skill. So that will go off faster, because we don't want that to last forever. Yeah, see, we run into a problem, especially in tight corridors. The things are dead way before... Alright. Is this already boss area? No. I do wish they would make a change to the base areas, similar to what they did in maps, where when you get to the boss, the checkpoint lights up a different color. I do very much appreciate that. Now, as a reminder, your warriors are not here to do damage. They are, at best, a low-level meat shield. And as long as you know that going in, nobody's sad or disappointed. I'm sure I could do a build, if people were interested, where I could make that work as a primary damage. Oh, are we really going to get surrounded right here, just like that? As they attempted to surround and kill us. We're going to take that to disenchant, but not necessarily to use. This is definitely not going to be the fastest run I've ever done. All right. We will take any and all currency, always. right, that is our third level up. Let's see. Is this giving spear throw and spear? Okay, so this isn't because this is projectile damage. Is this not affecting? Let's look at explosive spear. 27 DPS. I'm just curious if the projectiles actually mattering. Explosion. I assume this is not. 100% of physical damage to fire damage. So let us look at that. Oh, because it's okay. So yeah, that's just going to be based off of your base attack damage, which is actually going to have nothing to do with your projectile. So all of this points into projectile everything actually isn't going to matter one little bit. So because we have some pretty heavy attribute requirements, we might end up having to go that way. I didn't feel like we were doing any better. We're going to go ahead so we don't have to redo everything. I'm going to drop that in intelligence because I'm worried about outstripping that base stat. Now, the good thing is, without us being on normal, we do have a boss here. With us being on solo self-found, that does mean that we're going to have a suboptimal build. Now, Brunick, what does a suboptimal build? I feel like the boss is a little too loud. But I think part of that's also just the music. All right, he is stunned. We want to stay out of the poison. He'll be dead here in a second. So no, shout out to the Zero to Hero creator. I cannot remember his name right offhand. But his YouTube videos have kind of inspired me to do this. Ooh. Why do we have just a regular one? Okay, and... okay. There's enough squares here. I just need to do the math. Actually, what we're going to do, we're just going to go ahead and do that right there. Move this down, and we're just done. Okay. That's your Tetris session for the day. Maybe not for the day. It is Path of Exile 2. Now, I am a bit surprised with the revelation that this is all based off of physical damage dealt. The explosion itself is. Oh, that was in a weird spot. That our physical addition spear didn't make our exploding spear feel a lot stronger. Now, I know I could do that with an iron ring as well. But it does seem a bit odd to me that it doesn't seem to be as much of a correlation. My cursor was nowhere near there. We're just getting a little extra experience. Now we're going to go through and disenchant everything. Now, I would normally identify a bunch of stuff. We're only going to hold on to the things that we might actually equip, which I don't think is going to be any of those. We might hold on to those, identify them. We might even, whoops. Just in case. Over here to the stash and put all this in. Skill gem level 2, that is excellent. We don't even have any scrolls. That's okay. Una, please help us out here. Accuracy rating and cold resist. Cold damage. We'll add a little extra damage to our repertoire here. Disenchant. Sell. And we are good to go. Now, because this is level 2, is there another projectile-based whirl up a twister with a flick of your spear, moves forward erratically? I don't feel like that's going to be effective for what we're trying to do, so we're just going to keep going here with this. Again, this is all suboptimal building. We're not doing anything crazy here, but we are on solo self-found. And that just means that we have to be a lot more careful with what we spend our points on and what we build around, just because we don't have the backup. Exploding spear. Why would you do a prolonged duration? Maybe to prolong the burning? We'll do a slightly larger area. We're also going to go ahead and steal this ring. I'm not sure what it was intended for, but it's definitely not going to hurt us to have it. Alright, and then we're going to talk to Renly, and I believe we get a support gem from him as well. Let's see. I don't want prolonged duration. %20 more elemental damage. We might go that way with it. I swear there was one here that gave us compressed duration. So this should make it explode faster. Did empty. Yes, we emptied our inventory. Let's see how that works. Okay, I don't feel like the compressed duration did anything. Let's look at it again. Should have been detonation time is 2.5 seconds. I was hoping the lesser duration would actually fix that. Shame on me. The extended range is definitely working. Okay, and they are taking damage as it passes through them. See, we're having to learn here how these skills actually work. There's only a couple of different ways that skills work, so it's not really ever a big surprise, but sometimes you'll see slightly different interactions. And I was just reading earlier and realized why the damage was so low. It's because it's intended to be used with a charge. Right now we don't have a way to generate that charge. So aside from using level up points, we're probably done trying to improve our spear. Or like if we get a Lesser's Jeweler Orb or something, we're probably not using it there. We're probably going to wait until we get a little more supporty skill. We are just trying to find the exit here, people. I'm obviously not going to leave mobs behind me. I know some people will do that and not stress about it, but definitely not my style. This was the other thing we were looking for, the abandoned stash. Level 1 uncut skill gem. I may see if there's something else we can grab. For at least a little while, we may have to go with more of a contagion, especially with a little bit of intelligence. Oh, I missed seeing that checkpoint. You were right there. But I'm not really sure yet. We're still trying to figure that out. I don't want to spend a ton of energy on skills because I want to have plenty of points later on. But again, you do have to make it that far, which is one of the problems you run into if you don't pick something. So I'm hoping there's something more exciting in the here. If not, we may have to take a spell and then just kind of re-index into... But we do need dexterity for our spears and our spear skills. Is that my accuracy rating that's causing it to fly out like that? Or is it just Brunic bad? Okay, for some reason in my mind, I was throwing the explosive spears. And I wasn't. Now, some of that's just, I'm an idiot. Little too fast on that throw. Was trying to catch it just as the other one exploded. You know, as a surprise to no one, with my points in projectile, my thrown spear is doing way better. Oh, that's nice. An amulet will help us a ton. We'll pick that up just in case. Orb of Augmentation. Thank you very much. We are going to grab that Superior, and we're going to grab that one too. Not necessarily because we intend to use the Oak Hammer, but you're always looking for things that you can disenchant, things that you can tear apart at the salvaging bench. This early in the game, typically you don't have access to that. I am almost positive that at least one of my solo self-found characters on this account has unlocked the workbench. I keep feeling like I'm throwing that spear, and I'm not. I might need to switch them around. And it has begun. Okay, I need y'all to give me just a second. I do need to fix something. One of the reasons that I started streaming specifically on Sunday evenings is because of the Sunday scaries. At least that's what Freyna and I call them, where basically my company is a 24/7 global company, and I am a manager in that company. So Sunday night is when all of Australia and New Zealand wakes up, and they would like to talk about things. So I was just hearing my cell phone go off as people were sending me messages through our internal communication system. And I was going through and I just muted it so that I wouldn't get those, so that I could focus a little bit more. Okay, we can time that better, but we won't be fighting him much, so... In this game, remember, unless your build requires it, you never want to be standing still. Even if your build does require it, be very careful when you choose to stand still, because it will bite you in the backside easily. I do like how easy he is to kill with that ability. We just have to be good at dodging. A new spear, a new scepter. I may come back and grab these. Right now, I'm just trying to make sure that we have some impact on what we're doing. Sorry about that. The spear throw is so long. Okay, the Grim Tangle. So, my recommendation to all players new to games like this, when you find an area you cannot go to or are not encouraged to go through, go in anyway and grab the waypoint that is going to be right there. Now later, when I actually need to get to that area, I won't have to recreate this map to get there. I won't have to re-find it. Maybe attack speed should have been what I was doing, but that's like a... Is that actually attack speed? We may go respec to try that here in just a little bit. Because I feel like he's trying to throw an Olympic javelin at that speed. And I know, we're low level. And I know with the spear being a mixed purpose weapon, it's always going to be weaker at both purposes than a single purpose weapon. That's just the nature of the beast. You have to have some trade-offs. But I also just don't hear or see people using the spear. Now, I don't consume a ton of media for this game, so it may be the most popular class or weapon type there is. I don't know. I do what I want to do. Alright, so we are looking for... The old magics will protect you. I love it when people say something like that in a video game and it's like, okay, well, why isn't it protecting me? That was so bad. See, now knowing that it's dex, not dex and strength that we need for the companion, I may end up going Scepter Wand. Can you do Scepter? and go more the witch path. I just want the door out of here. There we go. The Red Veil. We are still missing a boss in that area, which is a witch. She really only gives minor rewards, but it's still just one of those things. We're going to go ahead and go back in to find her, just because it should be easier. What's our inventory look like? Let's go ahead and go empty. And again, in solo self-found, disenchant everything you might not wear. You don't need to identify it. You don't need to do anything. We're going to hold on to that because we might actually use that. Because you will need those materials. That's the fun thing about solo self-found. You never know what you're going to need. Alright, and then we are going to use our salvage bench over here to get rid of this. And then we are going to identify you over here. See, that's a wonderful scepter for us to have. We just need to be level 6 and a slightly higher intelligence. I mean, we could all use a slightly higher intelligence score. Not gonna lie. Alright. Let's look at skills. I'm going to be very sad if we used all the support skills. I want to look at specifically the spear skills. Is there anything coming up? Lightning spear. Throw a single copy of your spear. Projectiles can split. I mean, we could do that. Okay, as a... do we want to go more frontline? As somebody who's considering frontlining to be the idea here, I'm really attracted to the Fangs of Frost. Let's just kind of look through. I probably should have done this off camera, but it might not hurt people to hear the way that I think of this as somebody who's trying to build, for lack of a better term. Electrified spear, periodically zaps. I mean, that's kind of cool. Stab the ground. Wish it would let me play that video right there. Raj, Blood Hunt, Glacial Lance, Primal Strikes. And again, this is what we're aiming for. So. Alright. I'm not sure. We'll look at it here in a little bit and try to make a better decision. Right now, we're going to stick kind of to what we're doing, I think. I'm trying not to make any crazy decisions on anything. We're not even level 10 yet. So I'm not going to stress my build path. I would like to be able to clear a little faster, and I am, at least for me, I know how to make the intelligence style build function for us very quickly. So we might swap to that. More just for speed of getting to the companions and less about anything else. And then once we get companions, we'll probably try to form a little better build around them. And it would be different. I normally also play hardcore when I do things like this. I didn't this time because I didn't want to... There's too many unknowns, and I didn't want to basically choose to either default back on my normal pathing or, you know, die horribly. At least that was the idea. You know what I just thought about? Because, you know, I'm an idiot. I can use all of the witch spells without unequipping my spear and just do that. I don't know why in my brain those abilities were wand dependent, because they're not actually. So I do apologize to you guys. That tells you how sick I have been. Aha, there's Angie's hut. Yeah, I know. You're going to scream and leave. That's fine. I don't know that she'll stick around long enough to get hit by that. She did. I definitely need to be less shy about casting back over. Alright, because of the support gem and where we are, I think I'm going to go back to town and throw those regular gems that I have into this build here and see if we can't make this work. Alright, we did not in fact level. We're going to hold on to that. Let's go ahead and identify this and see if it's any better. Not really. We are going to swap out our flasks here. Hold on to that to use. Awesome. Let's go check out the well. We're going to grab 2 skills to make this work well. We are going to grab these 2 skill gems. And a support gem, I think. And then we are going to grab... Let's go ahead and grab Contagion. Then let's grab Unearth. Now I am using this precise setup. Let's take this compressed duration off of here because we know that it's not doing anything, much to my disappointment. Would that work on... No, okay. On the explosive spear, I was going to be all excited. Okay. They're going to use a support gem here. We are going to have them do this last grasp. In my brain, for some reason, this was on, and I was... We're going to pretend like none of that happened, y'all. Just ignore poor Brunick. Brain is ailing. He's old. Okay. We need to go here to Red Veil to go find those artifacts. Remember that the next time we level, we probably need to... Oh, hey, you know what? You know what? You get all these skills, and then you don't equip them. Let's talk about our level of intelligence here. And I'm not talking about the stat either. So, I'm going to put Contagion. I don't want to switch those. And then we are going to switch this here. Okay. Let's see how this works for us. Now, for those unfamiliar with this particular combination, what's basically happening here is Unearth is doing damage. It is also resurrecting as bone minions anything that we kill. Contagion is something that spreads very effectively, I might add. So what we're doing here... Oh. Remember what I said about standing still and how you really shouldn't do that? Anybody remember me saying that like 5 minutes ago? Oh. We will go check that out here in a minute. Right now, my objective is to get this rolling. Whew. All right. That is actually really good. All right. Anyway, what I was saying was the contagion. What happens with it? Oh, I grabbed the wrong thing here. Is the contagion spreads because you cast it on them, and then your little minions that you resurrect from them also gets that. I am not sure that I've seen this unique. So I thought at first that it was going to be the skeleton shield one, but apparently not. So we're definitely going to need some mana regen here. We're also going to need some intelligence on this level up. So let me do that real quick. We're going to equip this now. I hate that I have to redo this every time I swap them out of the scepter. But, you know. Right, we'll have 5 warriors now. That should help a ton. Again, they don't do much in the way of damage, but that's not why you have them. And then you eventually build this army. And this army literally just jumps at everything and makes them have a bad time. Oh, there we go. See, and once it spreads to your little bone minions, they start spreading it to the next thing they hit. And pretty soon, everything's on fire. I say on fire with the hand quotes that you can't see. Because, well, I mean, it's not actually on fire. Your biggest problem is the short lifespan. But that's just kind of how things are. The good thing is, with 5 warriors on hand, that's a lot of meat shield. Now, there are a couple of very interesting tricks you can do. And I've seen a couple of different ways to get away with it, where essentially you sacrifice your own minions for the cast to make the cast stronger on Unearth. And then you make it so that you can unearth your own minions' corpses. And basically what that does is you end up with a perpetual motion machine of sorts. There's a couple of different ways to accomplish that. Again, I could do a contagion build, but that's not the point here. Our objective is to reach companions and to be buffing them as much as we can. I, in fact, intend to not even have skeleton warriors in my final build. I intend instead to be using a buffing scepter to make my companions that much stronger. In an ideal world, the idea would be for my companions to just do all the work. I don't know how feasible that is, but that would be what I would like. Now you'll notice we wasted absolutely no time. I had contagioned minions available, and I wanted them to kind of still be able to do their thing. Wow, okay, the number of skill gems we're getting is way higher. I wonder if they recently changed that. One of the reasons I slowed down on my solo self-found play is because I was struggling to find skill gems and skill support gems. And I'm wondering if maybe they upped that percentage to try to help people like me, just for solo self-found. That would make a lot of sense. You don't necessarily want more dropping during normal campaign. Though it doesn't necessarily hurt anything, it's just not... There's no reason for it. You go through weird tides and troughs where you're like, I had exactly enough skill gems to get my skills leveled up, and then you go through other points where you're like, I have not seen a skill gem in like 10 levels. And you just have to know that that's the nature of what happens, and nothing is actually wrong there. Alright, this should be the final one. It is indeed. Is there anybody here we can fight before? So anytime you're doing a build like this, you always want to try to prioritize getting into a fight before the fight actually starts. Too far away. Hey, I am not a fan of the spear in this term. Or I should say in the normal term, but I do kind of like it with my other minions. And I'm hoping I'll like it once I have a companion to add into the bunch. But one of the things that you have to kind of do in this game is you kind of have to build habits so that you can... 3 gem. We have gauntlets that we can't pick up. That's not going to happen. We'll be okay like that. We're going to run back to town, put in our points. I mean, I have absolutely no need for this. It is of no value to me. It will never be something I use. Oh, we're going to turn it into a chance shard. Now, before everybody freaks out, please remember, this is solo self-found. What that means is, I couldn't use this, I couldn't sell it or trade it or do anything else with it if I wanted to. So, is it crazy to see somebody disenchant a unique like that that's not already in maps? Probably. Was I going to ever do it any differently? Absolutely not. I mean, I'm gonna trade it out just because. No, that's armor energy shield. Okay. For some reason, my brain saw that as energy shield and evasion rating. Okay, that should definitely be better. It is definitely better. We are going to look at this just in case. Nothing of significance. So we are going to go over to the salvage bench, and we are going to get rid of these. Those are fantastic finds for us. Those will help us an incredible amount later on. Now, we do also need to disenchant this. And this. Get those into our stash. We're going to look at these level up gems here in a second. But first we need to talk to Renly and have him make our nails out of this. So that we can go back to the tree. Almost worth it just with a 5 in dexterity and 5 in strength, but we're going to not take those. We're probably going to take some more of these as we go through here. We'll kind of see which ones as we get closer. Remember that making distance is kind of our objective here. We have a long way to go. Now the good news is there's some good herald skill stuff here. There's these companions here. There's some really good stuff we can grab. That might be something we have to look into as well. I don't know, it kind of depends. We'll have to see how things go and how it feels once we get there. Again, when you're doing solo self-found, sometimes you have to force things a little bit. And push through just because you're not used to... you're used to everything being easy and just kind of handed through, and we don't... That's not an option for us. One of the things I wish I could do is flag, or have this thing auto-flag, the fact that I have these skills already, and to pull one of these up in my menu instead of one of those. That would make me much happier. We don't need... Those are all level 2. I could have swore I saw level 3 in there. I don't know why I thought that. Is there anything we want to do? We might grab an arsonist or two. They do reasonable damage. Let's do that. Let's do 5 of the skeleton minions is too much. Part of our objective here is to make sure that we are commanding minions. So let's back you down to 3. Raise you to 1. Okay. And then we are going to grab... There. We are good to go. Now, I would also... One of my favorite things to do is actually to take this multi-shot and put it on the arsonists. I already had that one laying around. No big deal. We're going to go to the Grellwood. We're going to turn over these... We're going to spike the tree here. I'm surprised this instance didn't collapse. Alright, so I think I actually have to go back. Yep, I do. I wish they would fix that. From a story perspective, it's okay, but have that conversation with me over there. Have her go to him and help him up. Let's talk about it there, instead of having to talk about it here. Heck, I would rather an escort quest to take her here from there directly. And I hate escort quests. Alright, and as a reminder, we are contagion, and spreading contagion specifically so we can raise minions. The fun part of this build is it's one of those spiraling builds, so once you get it rolling, it's kind of crazy. It just kind of takes off and does its own thing, and you don't even really have to mess with it, except just to kind of refresh things from time to time. There's another level 3 skill. Grab it. We're going to put it on Contagion. I have a feeling that that's going to be something we keep, so I'm not going to hesitate to level that up some. Remember, we're only leveling the skills that are necessary for us to get to companions so that we can then use those as our primary build path. I have 0 doubts. Can I make that work? I am surprised. I'm not mad. My arsonists are over here doing work. We're definitely going to kill him without him being able to get to us. Now, the real question is, can I? Nope. I was going to try to use the bone spikes through the wall, as it were. That definitely did not work. Both of those are massive, so we're not picking them up. If you're just about to recall and you're like, I have a little more space left, always pick up anything like that you have. Again, this is especially talking on solo self-found, where currency is only currency. The only thing it can be is exactly what it actually. Can't exchange it for anything. Also, the number of people who tell me, why do you like arsonists? You just saw what they were just doing right there? Wow, okay, so we're going to always have magical gloves, it seems, this run. They can do some serious work. Now, as we start getting a higher level, one of the things that we are going to end up with is minion enhancement scepters that do not give us the skeletal warriors. Be very curious how that's going to work. We may not be able to make them work until we get to that point where we have the companions, because we are going to need a little bit of a meat wall. You're also definitely going to need mana regeneration or mana steal some point in our build. Or like the Stoic Scepter is a great example. Now, what would be tempting, I actually don't know if this will work. Nope. So, this, for example, adds energy shield. There are some that add damage, there are some that add other things. What I'd like to do is kind of build around the concept of very strong companions that we are then buffing. Now again, we're not 100% sure we're going to be able to make that work. Heck, I'm not even 100% confident in my ability to get this build that far. We have to ascend before we even get our first companion. So, that's one of those... he was clearly gone before I threw that spear. I don't know why I thought that was going to be a good idea. Okay. Shame on Brunick. I knew better. That was cocky of me. So what we're doing here is just, whoops. Watch that boulder. Always get out of the way. We want to be outside of that circle. Anything in that circle gets put into the center of the battlefield. All right, there's some extra support gems. Yep, it had to be a fungus. Now, if you were not aware, anytime you die like that, except in maps in the end game, everything respawns behind you. So we'll need to still make forward progression. See that? This is the end of this area. This will take us to the graveyard. Cemetery of the Eternal. We know, Lachlan. We know. That's kind of funny to me. Where he's like, I've taken orders from weirder people than that. I don't know why I decided to put the contagion on the highest health mob in the pack. Not my brightest moment. But it was a choice I intentionally made. Like, I reached over and clicked it. Okay. And we are going to keep heading this way. We're just going to keep alternating dex and strength, or dex and intelligence, because we are using both types of gear. Again, we may get to the point where we realize that was a mistake and we need to adjust things. And if so, that's also fine. It does also mean we're quite a bit weaker. The entry nodes to an idea and a concept are usually really strong, and we're kind of missing all of them. As soon as we have... I always call him Deckard Cain. I know that's not actually who he is. But as soon as we have the hooded one on his feet again, where he can identify stuff for us, we're also going to refund that passive point so that we can get there just a little bit faster. Because that 10% projectile is not helping us any. It's definitely not doing us any favors. It's interesting how much of a difference the intelligence is making, though, in my ability to keep this running. I've not tried this on a low intelligence character before, so... I was not necessarily intending to pick that up. One of these days, I will have played this game enough where I will feel the need to have a pickup button. I know that's an option in the menus, and I've seen lots of people use them. But there's also a lot of times where I'm just trying to pick something up quick and in a hurry, but there's also times where I'm not trying to pick something up, and I go to pick something up I need, like right now, and it's like, you can't do that. And I go, but why not? And then I look and I picked up some idiotic something somewhere. We have a ton of stuff. Probably ought to go, oh, especially now, we ought to go back. What was that I was saying earlier about gloves? Do y'all remember? Wasn't it something along the line of, we will never hurt for gloves? I'm still kind of feeling that way. I forget she's over here for a little bit. Oh, but first, let's go salvage anything worth salvaging. We don't need the armor. We definitely don't need the quarterstaff. Now we'll disenchant everything else. Disenchantment. Oh, we don't even have basic boots. Alright, well, we got 2 good options here. 5 to intelligence, that is nice. 10 movement speed. Movement speed will always win. Alright, let's check out our gloves here. Increased energy shield is useless. Extra fizz damage is nice. Rarity of items and lightning resist. 4 life per enemy killed. That's a little less on the defensive side than what I would like, but we're not going to be too much of beggars on that side of things. Now we disenchant all of this for crafting materials. We're going to go ahead and use our support gem here. Is there something else that we want to do with these? I am currently never above my maximum mana. We do not want a shorter duration. We definitely want prolonged duration. I think that's definitely what we'll go with there. And that should be good. Now, let's look. We are clear. Let's go try again. Wow, neither of the tombs were up here that we needed. I thought maybe they were just on the edge of the map somewhere and I missed them. Oh. Hey, look, it's an abyss portal. I feel like in this moment, the abyss portal is a little too chaotic and loud. I don't know how to fix that without making... So that's a lot of combat all at once. And I feel like that's pretty normal for those kind of moments. But I don't know how to make the normal moments better without making those worse. Or vice versa. I may have to really go in and start working on my sound settings a little bit. All right, remember, we're going in, we're checking the waypoint, and we're moving away. Oh! Hi! Another ring! Maximum mana. Yes, please. I'm pretty sure I have auto equip on. That was a waste of a contagion as we splash it up against a tree. That's our arsonist. Why am I sitting here trying to hit our arsonist? We are looking for the last tomb. Again, we don't want to have to research the entire... Research, not research. Search again the entire cemetery to find the one tomb. There's also a thing here that gives a ring. That is... Oh, I tried to kick on the sarcophagus here. So always look for these graves here because you will always get a ring. I'm actually going to leave the maximum mana ring. I actually think we're going to use our first currency items. So, for those, I find a lot of people actually don't know how the currency system works in PoE. So, let's look at it from a perspective of somebody who cannot do any kind of trading. Normally, once you hit a regal orb, exalted orb, what you would do is you would immediately turn around and you would go to the market and you would buy yourself a piece of gear with that regal or that exalted that was more perfect for what you needed. In Solo Self-Found, you don't have that option. So we're going to build what it is that we want. Now, obviously, we're not going to get what we want. The question here comes, jewelry is the most obvious option, because the odds are much higher that we will hold on to this longer than everything else that we have. I'm trying to decide if we want to do the amulet or the ring. I think we're going to actually do this lazuli ring. Ironically, that means more to me than the physical damage. So, first you have your orbs of transmutation. They make an item go from magical, or from normal, to magical. In doing that, we got a cast speed buff. Great. Now, our Orb of Augmentation. It takes a magic item and adds a new random modifier. Now, magic items can only have 2 different modifiers. So once we do this, we can't use another Augment Orb even if we wanted to. 1 to 3 physical damage to attacks. That's very nice. It's almost what we had here with the Iron Ring. This is a maxed out magical item. Now it has to become rare or corrupted. That's a whole different conversation. So, this Regal Orb, a magic item to a rare item, adding 1 modifier. 11 to evasion rating. I won't say that's the worst we could have gotten, but I could think of a ton better we'd have preferred. So, that is now our rare ring. And it's not bad. The cast speed's going to help us. And I'm relatively happy with it. Oh, here's the second tomb that we needed. We're actually just going to go in here, as if this is the only one. I apologize. I seem to have the hiccups. With this being my first mercenary, I do really like the voice lines and the voice acting of this character. I get very tired of the warrior and the witch, which are my 2 primary people that I play. But I had the same issue in Path of Exile 1, where I almost always played the Templar because I really am a big fan of summoner builds. But I'm not a big fan of hugely backlined summoner builds. That always seemed boring to me. And the Templar, being a strength and intelligence cross-class, was a good mix for that. Okay, this guy is going to be a little bit of a problem for us to kill. Why is that? Because he can just make himself and his people invulnerable. Alright, we've staggered him. That should help. He's also essentially immune to projectiles from one direction. So, you know. Whew, that took us way longer. Another ring. Armor and energy shield. Do we... Okay. The one thing we're missing is a belt, and I'm not sure those are even dropping at this stage, so I'm not too worried about it. We'll want one for sure before we go fight the boss, because we will want an anti-freeze charm. Why, again, Brunick, did you buff, or did you debuff the strongest tank? instead of going for the weaker minions so that you could create an army of stronger minions? We don't know the answer to that. Where is my arsonist? Is he dead? Only 2? Alright, we'll have to go look at our skills here in a second and see what's up. These guys are always difficult to fight as anything but a melee class. But it also doesn't help that one of the primary types of damage that I was trying to do, being the arsonist's explosive damage, isn't working at the moment. We have 60 spirit over here. What the heck? Why is this? Okay, that was weird. So, did I miss-see that? If anybody sees what happened, please let me know. But earlier we were in that without any kind of problems, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, by the way. Oh, us adding bleeding. No, because we're not going that way. We're not doing parrying. Movement speed, evasion rating, and dexterity. So that's probably the way we're going to go. We're going to hit one more intelligence node here. Projectile damage, projectile damage. Remember that we are not necessarily married to the idea of projectile damage. Ooh, okay, strong boxes. Oh, let's do this first. And then we'll go over here and do the strong box. Now remember, we are infinitely stronger just after we finish a fight than when we start it, because of the number of minions we are likely to have. So we're going to identify this 62% more rarity on every item that comes out of there is nice. I wouldn't expect anything crazy, but don't think that that doesn't make a difference. All right. Warped quarterstaff, is that all there is? It is. Now we do have to be careful. We will end up surrounded here in a moment. And there it is. Oof. And there we go. They are down. And in case anybody's curious, in this game right now, with all the crafting materials and the way things are, it's almost better to get a non-magical item because of all the different ways that you can buff it and level it and do all of that if you have control of the full thing from the get-go. Now, obviously, we don't have all of those different crafting materials. We're still just working with the very basics. But especially later on, as you get things like the abyssal crafting materials and like essences and things of that nature, you can really start going to work on some people and on some crafting. You can make some pretty incredible items. I have a bow that I jokingly call my 20 div bow that isn't the perfect bow for the meta build, but if the build I was doing was meta, it would be really close. But if Brunick is ever doing a meta build, it's on accident, so y'all just remember that. I would have to know what the meta was and what people were doing. And unless somebody I know just like tells me and goes, hey, Brunick, by the way, this is what everybody is doing, I'm clueless. I'm like actually clueless. Our luck in searching this mausoleum has been low. I feel like at the moment our boss fight damage is going to be pretty bad. I think the exploding spear will help with that some, but unless they have an actual like summoning phase, I feel like we're going to struggle just. Didn't we just come out of that room? No, apparently not. That's fine. Hey, Brunick, you're an idiot. You keep debuffing the strongest monster and expecting to kill him. But we are picking up the rare weapons and stuff. The reason we are picking those up is more to disenchant for regal orb material, so that we can make more things magical. Now, this is, and this is just advice for people, this is less about what we need right now and more about what we will need eventually. Anybody who has spent any time doing any mapping knows that your transmutation orbs, your augmentation orbs, and your regal orbs, you will burn thousands of them. We're going to do one more intelligence here because I'm fixing to pick up 10 dexterity here. I don't know that we're going to grab any of these this way. I mean, we're going to have to grab some things. And I feel like we need to go this way just based on what's up here. That would be a massive boon to us. These are not really useful. Okay, we could get some defense out of that. Ability efficiency, yes. Accuracy rating shouldn't matter to us. So no, there's not a ton that we need up here. So we might change our path. I really don't just want to take stat nodes the whole way. First of all, we'll get there too fast. But also, like, it's going to be really difficult. Especially, again, on solo self-found. Okay, where is this tomb? I'm not mad. This is helpful. This is valuable. But not that helpful. Not that valuable. Okay. Sorry about that, folks. I did have to check on something. Right, whoops. Nope. Start with a salvage bench, Brunick. That's what you tell everybody. Start with the salvage bench. There is nothing here. But instead of trying to remember that... Alright. So, we might use these gloves. Boots we're definitely kind of in a weird spot with. Chest piece we're kind of in a weird spot with. Helmet we're definitely in a weird spot with. So, we'll just kind of look at everything. We'll look at those. That's armor and evasion rating. We're not too thrilled about that. We'll take it if necessary, but we'd prefer something else if possible. Can add here. Yeah, not even close. Not even a little. That's a lot of evasion rating, barely any extra life. I mean, it's better than just 10% cold resist. All right, and we are going to disenchant everything else. All right. In this Lazul ring, I actually want to do the same thing we did before. Orb of Transmute, Orb of Augment, Regal Orb. Now, this one did not turn out as amazing as the other one by any stretch of the imagination. Still better than just a little bit of fizz damage, though. So we're going to drop these here, and then we'll put this rune where it goes. And away we go. Now, where the heck? Oh, we forgot to grab that long staff. So I need to be on the other side of that wall. What a set of patterns. Is it this way? Yeah, there we go. Now, I forget which one. Is this the tomb? It's the girl or the boy? Okay, it's the guy. He's going to be a little harder for us than the girl is. Not greatly harder. But we are going to be absolutely atrociously slow. The next set of support gems we get, we might try to put into the throw spear. Definitely low on boss damage. Now what we're doing is we're collecting these spirits before they reach him because it makes the fight just a little bit easier. Not a lot easier, just a little bit. Just getting those minions is massively helpful. Now we're fixing to get an interrupt phase here. So he should stun here any second. Alright, this will definitely be our opportunity to do as much damage as we can. I love how my minions spawned there, then instantly died. Right, we are in like a third stage of enragement here. I didn't even know he had these abilities. Ooh, that was almost bad. We are definitely not gonna have to be stronger to get through Act 1. Way, way, way stronger. Or that fight will take us forever. This one already took us long enough. Alright. Alright, let's see if that helped us out any. Oh, I forgot this took us right back to the cemetery. And there we go. Somehow... I forgot he does an invulnerability aura. Because of course he does. This would be a prime candidate for our, like, beast summoning. Hey look, you're just going to make us completely invulnerable for quite a little while here. But remember how I talked about the build needing help getting us to the point where we could get to level 30? That's the kind of, that fight right there is a fantastic example of exactly what I was talking about. It's not that we're struggling, it's that it is a struggle. Okay. Salvage bench first. Nothing. Now, normally, this would be about the time, we're going to hold on to that. This would be about the time you would run over to a shop and grab a quick something to give you a bit of a boost. That's just not an option for us. Well, that's not fair. It is an option, it's just not one I'm willing to take. Because I identified that one, we're gonna sell it. I mean, that's better than nothing. Okay, let's look at what we got in terms of scepters here. I think the 3 to 7 fire damage is gonna be better. Let's definitely do that. What we're trying to do here, by the way, is fix our go button problems, or we run into a bigger one. Do I have any? I have one support gem. Doobie-doobie-doo. Let's look at... Go ahead and level Unearth as well. We really need that. $12 DPS. It feels every bit of that 12 DPS, by the way. A new spear would not hurt us. Almost anything is going to be better than what we have. Almost. I say that as none of those are better. Okay, whoa, there we go. I mean, that's definitely ideal, but even just at a baseline, that's double our damage. We're definitely going to go with this one. Does that affect our unearthed damage? I don't think it does. It does not. Does it affect our explosive spear? By a ton. Okay. That's good. We still do need a belt. I mean, we'll take that for now. And then we'll go make it magical. $11 to strength. I'm not really sure that's going to help us. 11 to mana. That's a little bit better. Still not amazing. Again, we're not doing anything crazy here. We have more than earned the right to turn these into magical items just through everything we've disenchanted. I'm sure some armchair warrior out there will do all the math. We'll make sure it evens out. Okay, Tomb of the Consort is over here. We'll see how that does. Except nothing lived. Never mind. Now, this fight should go just a little bit easier because, well, we doubled the damage on our spear. And while we're not using that as our primary, it's still something we are using quite a bit. Okay, minions, let's go. What's the size of our aura? That's not really something I've had to worry about on any of my characters because I'm just summoner building, and even at that, I mean, yes, aura matters, but it only matters so incredibly little because what you're doing is you're overwhelming them with numbers, Zergling style. That's something we'll definitely have to discover and figure out as we go. But, like, I have this scepter that increases the damage by a flat amount for all of my minions. That's much better. That was not what I intended. Yeah, those guards were falling much faster. That is making a significant difference, that aura is. The percentage damage was a nice idea, but the flat damage at this level was significantly more. Now, we may get to a point where that changes. We may not. There's really not going to be a way to know. Okay, there is still something that way. I don't think there's anything that way but a dead end. I do kind of want to go back for that lockbox, but... We have a ton of spirit. Can I add another warrior or another arsonist? I don't think so. Oh, nope. I can add another arsonist. Perfect. That also significantly increased our damage output. I know y'all are probably like, yeah, arsonists don't do much. I promise they do way more than the tooltip says. Unless they've been patched recently. Well, that was about the worst spear throw I think I've seen in a while. Oh, nope, Mr. Nightgaunt, I need you. Alright, there we go. We are definitely cleaning up now. I've got to remember that this being a physical skill, the bone thing, I haven't used it in a while. I've got to remember that it doesn't go through and around walls or anything crazy like that. Even small gaps it struggles with. Ooh, a new build. We're probably okay with that one for now. We might go through and Brunick is gonna invent a word. We're gonna magicate that other one. Never mind, that sounds dirty. Let's not use that new invented word. We'll pretend like I didn't do that. Now, hopefully, this fight will go much faster. We're already on a much better clip. We definitely need a faster attack speed. Right, we stunned her. That should be the end of that. Definitely an easier fight than the first one. Our couple of upgrades made a massive difference. That's a very nice Exalted Orb we have there. We will make juicy use of that. Now, I'm going to make a recommendation. It's going to be relatively... Most people are going to be like, oh yeah, no kidding. Try not to use a ton of Exalted Orbs early on in your playthrough in Solo Self-Found. Now, that is actually harder than it sounds. The reason is because Exalted Orbs add an extra modifier to a rare item. That means they are always in need and always of use. That's a reason they're kind of considered the standard currency in any kind of trade. A, they drop a lot. B, you use them a lot. Okay. Get this gate open. I'm not necessarily looking forward to this fight. It should level us. It should be fine. We have a weird range for this fight, and we don't have a lot of good survivability. Yes, your family. Imagine. See, with our attack speed and his range, it's very difficult for us to get into a position where we can maintain range. We don't... Oof. That was bad, Burnick. You should know better. Oof. I forget how bad those slows get. Normally when I'm doing just a normal run through, he's dead way before this. Oh, I know you want my toes, sir. I know you want my toes. Alright, this should stun him. We're going to get as much damage pumped in as we possibly can. There we go. That fight wasn't nearly as bad as I thought it would be. And we did indeed level. We really, really need something to help us out. I might have to go in here and grab some attack speed. Not necessarily looking forward to that, but we'll also be able to respec that other point, and that should help. It's not going to help a ton, but it should help some. We're going to go ahead and grab this because it's extra move speed, and, well, that's always helpful. Accuracy rating's not really bothering us at the moment. Flash duration, not good. Evasion rating, I mean, we might grab some defense. Alright, so, as a reminder, step into your new zone. Go visit your waypoint. And then go back to town. Because if not, what happens is you end up in that bad situation where you forgot and you now have to go re-explore everything. Yep, heal him. I need him. While you do that, we're going to come over here. Not to be callous. We are in a bit of a hurry. Now that we have the hooded one, we can easily identify items and respec our build. We are going to refund this passive because projectile damage is actually useless. We can't do anything about that one. Should we go defense instead of stats? Is there anything here that would make it better? Not necessarily. That's all projectile damage, projectile damage. Is there anything companion related? Not that it matters. Those that don't know, you can just search. Oh, here we go. Culling strike against beasts when your companion is in your presence. Companions deal extra damage. Okay, so we're going to want to make sure that we do go up this way. That's not a problem. That means we'll go down one of these, probably down that way. We could go this way instead. Remember, we're trying to burn just a little bit of time because we do want to get here, but it doesn't, if getting here before level 30 doesn't help us. Ooh, I didn't know that was a thing. %30 to all resist and 30% chaos resist. Okay, those are going to be huge. But this also, so when I was inventing this build in my head, okay, and understand Brunick was just kind of softballing things. One of the things I wasn't sure about is if minion bonuses would also count towards companions, because they call them specifically companions, not minions. Now, what we're doing at the moment is we're substituting a minion build for companions in hopes that we can get some work done here. To get to the point where we can actually have companions. So it's nice to know that that's not a complete and total bungled idea, because this specifically says minions revive 30% faster if all of your minions are in fact companions. So that's going to be really good for us. And what's this down here? Companions deal 60% increased damage against immobilized enemies. Ooh, we might have to figure out how to immobilize. Is that just pinned? These are all... See, these kinds of nodes are exactly why I was having these thoughts. Companions gain your strength. Like, I really think we can make this companions build work. It's just going to be, can we survive the build long enough to get to where we can have companions? That is the question. That's the $1 million question. Okay, so this is actually a fantastic thing for us to take. Accuracy won't matter, so we won't go that way. We'll just go... I'm not a huge fan of the flasks. Projectile speed may not be wasted. But the 33% increased damage with hits against enemies afflicted by ailments. All of our enemies will be afflicted by ailments because contagion is an ailment. So at least for a while, that will be a massive boon to us. Never doubt 30% damage bonus is big. We did want to go disenchant. Ooh. Okay, we are probably taking these boots. They are definitely better than what we have. I'm not a fan of losing the move speed, but I'll live. Why did we... Remember what I was talking about picking up random stuff and not being sure why? Yeah, there we go again. We're going to grab 2 hits on this. This is a better belt at the end of the day for everything but the cold resist. So we're going to switch it out because Count Geonor is going to do cold damage. 5 gold. Got that much in my inventory. Okay. Put you over here and we are good to go. Look at this. Now, we do want to keep our eyes out for charms. Charms are going to be very important to us because they're defenses. Now, let's just kind of take a quick look, take a quick stock, and make sure that we've cleared every secondary objective that's here. Now, if you're not familiar, on this map, they do give you helpful hints about what all should be done. One of the first things that we're going to want to do is go through the hunting grounds here to get more spirit. It's going to make a massive difference. So as soon as we see Freythorn, we're probably taking that exit. But again, any exit we see, we're going to take and get the waypoint for anyway, just because that's how you do it. Oh, that was not what I intended. Did he already... Oh, no, he's here. Okay, I was like, did he already bail on us? Because... Oh, we are in trouble, boys. We are in serious trouble. You weren't sure what trouble looked like. That was definitely it. I'm sorry, did you just tell me not to lose focus while I'm being chased and attempted to be murdered by that kind of pack? Okay. There we go. We got a lot out of that. We're going to grab that spear. So the Esmeri spirits, basically, for anybody who doesn't know, the basic way that things work, that's very nice, by the way. The basic way that things work in Path of Exile, the more modifiers a mob has, which are actual text written under the mob, the more modifiers a mob has, the higher its ability to drop better loot. Like, that's actually a thing. The way the Esmeri spirits work is they go by and they give everything they get near an extra modifier. Then they find a rare monster that they like, that the system kind of randomly designates. Oh, we're going to go kill Crowbell. And it says, hey, by the way, just so you know, this fight's not going to be interesting. Just so you know, and I've completely lost my thought now. I do apologize. I don't have Freckles here to be like, Dad, you're old and you just forgot. I'm sure she'll watch this VOD and be like, hey, Dad, you're old and you forgot. I'm okay with that, too. Alright, we can't really hurt him while he's in this form. Our kill time on bosses is still a lot lower than I'd like. But it's no longer to the tune of absolutely abysmal. Still not great, but it's not absolutely abysmal. We really ought to move a little faster on that. Is that what happened? Did one of our arsonists get trapped outside of the arena? Both of our okay. Now granted, our arsonists are not massive DPS machines. But the game also shouldn't allow them to be trapped like that. That sucked. And a book of specialization. It's going to give us a couple of extra spec points, which is awesome. Now, for a lot of people, basically what would happen here is this would allow you to set up a different weapon set to be specialized in. Now, that doesn't do us any good because we're only using one weapon set at the moment. But that may well change at some point in the future. And there's our inventory Tetris. Now, I doubt Freythorn is going to be up here. It might. But as sure as I don't check, we'll go explore the whole rest of the map, and then all of a sudden... more boots. Grab that scroll of wisdom. Oh, this is actually traversable. Are we going to end up in the summoning platform? Or is this Freythorn? Very nice. So we've explored very little of the area we were just in, so I'm not necessarily stressed about worrying about Freythorn like that. We've done Crowbell, but there's still 2 more bosses and a ritual altar that we haven't done, or 1 more boss and a ritual altar. But, we do have this other spear here that we just picked up that we want to look at. So this tile set is atrocious for what we're dealing with. With Unearth, because there's so many weird little divots and stuff that your abilities just won't go through. Now that might end up being a big amulet base for us, allowing us to focus more on our intelligence. Speaking of a summoning build, I smell a candle in that. I may have to take just a moment and go make sure that my child is being responsible. If I were a betting man, I would bet I smell it because she lit it in the kitchen and then went to the bath. Now, we're guessing. But this is my 3rd teenager, so I'm betting that's it. Okay, so I guess none of anything interesting is down here. Game was just like, hey, Brunick, you chose to go this way. You're an idiot. Wow, they really only give us 1 path here. Alright, we're starting to get some overwhelming numbers here. Now, the reason that we're coming to Freythorn first before doing any of the other stuff is because one of the things that we will get here is a spirit gem. That allows us to have extra summons or extra other things. It will actually be very important to us going forward. Now, what is Brunette gonna do with his spirit gem? I couldn't actually answer that question, because I don't actually know. Because remember, we're not to the point of our main build yet. Right now, we're just trying to survive. Alright, let's get our ritual started here. Now, once we have our little minion army, we should be good. Ooh. And we are next ritual altar right here. That is fantastic. That makes me so happy. Ooh, we have not gotten a single summons out of this yet. There we go. Now the work begins in earnest. Now, I was complaining earlier about the voice lines of the witch. One of my favorite things that she says is the spooky voice that says, "Be God." She's like, "Don't whisper sweet nothings into my ear," or something funny like that. Being somebody who's, you know, dark, profane, ritualist type, that just... that makes me that makes me chuckle. Now, one of the things that started this discussion about using this game as a soothing thing is because, to me, as somebody with, like, I won't say crippling ADHD, but I would say if I didn't have all of the coping mechanisms I currently have as an older adult, I would be useless in society. As it is, sometimes I still feel that way. But because I do, I find joy in some things that other people find weird. And I was discussing with my different children, who were watching me play this, how they felt about it. And one of them was like, "Oh, that looks so relaxing." And the other one was like, "That looks so chaotic and stressful." And one has anxiety and one has ADHD. So I was like, you know, I wonder if I'm the only one that finds this peaceful. And if I am, well, so be it. You guys will make sure I know on YouTube, hey, this was boring as heck. But again, I'd like to try to do this. There's enough sound settings in this game. I can manipulate things pretty well. So I would actually like honest feedback of how y'all would like, if I'm going to do this, if that's working for you. If it's not, how things should be set, in your opinion. All of those fun things would be things I would love to hear. Alright, so this should be the boss of this whole area. You know, I do wonder, if I end up with a beast with the powerful minions benefit, does that benefit count towards me? Does it make me stronger? Does it make the other companions stronger? Or does it just do nothing? I'm going to be very fascinated. Like, I don't think you guys understand. I'm going to try at least one of every keyword that I can find, just because I am genuinely curious what that's going to look like. Now, the good thing is we start this with our minion army at full strength. Not that he cares, and not that he doesn't just kill them very quickly, but... Ooh. Did we stun him? No. I thought we had stunned him for a second, because he was kind of back against the wall. I didn't realize I had a skill point to use here. I probably could have made this fight a little bit easier on myself. Though he really hasn't been much of a threat to us yet. We'll see if he does a little better in phase 2. But we're trying to avoid being hit, because we will get frozen if we get hit too much. And right now, I don't have the confidence in our defenses to be like, oh yeah, I can handle that. Though we don't seem to be doing bad in that department. It's just, I don't know what we can and can't handle yet. Oh, that was bad. Remember how I talked about getting frozen? And how I was going to try really hard not to do that? Yeah, hey. So I do wonder if the... Ooh. The dozens of times I have fought this guy, and I have never been frozen that many times. Of course, I don't think I've ever fought him this long, even in like juiced up tier 16 maps. So, you know, that's a thing too. Ooh, that was almost bad. Thankfully, we do have some defenses. And I do find it a little interesting that in my mind, I'm like, you could have leveled up a skill or leveled up a talent and helped yourself. And I'm like, all of my talents right now are just trying to get me to where I need to be so that I can do the thing. Not actually getting me there. As I froze in place. So I don't know why in my mind I was like, hey, that's a thing. It's really not. Okay, if you're playing Path of Exile for the first time, or if you're not used to playing on hardcore or solo self-found, always take this Sapphire Charm. Never take any of the others. They're a trap at the moment, because you will fight a boss who will basically require you to have that. Not maybe, not probably. He will definitely require it. Right, we're going to drop this to pick up the skull. The skull will give us that. We're going to use it real quick. Let's look at what our options are. Grants nearby allies attack damage and attack speed and accuracy. 25% more attack damage, 50% more accuracy, and 25% attack speed. If our minions were not near negligible damage, that would be interesting. So let's look at what we can do in other places. Killing shocked enemies, we're definitely not doing that. Plague Bearer will do us no good. While active shattering an enemy, that does us no good either. What's Ghost Dance? Periodically gain Ghost Shrouds. If you're hit while you have a Ghost Shroud, it is immediately consumed to recover energy. Okay, that might be good for protection. Let's look at, what do we have here? Arctic Armor is worth looking at. Okay, recharge energy shields. This is not a value to us at the moment. We're not doing any fire damage. Are we? So this could potentially be our... This might could be something we used to enhance our damage just a little bit, especially in fights like that. This might be it, chat. They are minions that attack and poison. We're doing it. We're going to learn. Okay, before we look at any of that, we have got to go back to town. We are in desperate need. We need to spend some points. We need to do all kinds of stuff. Our inventory is completely maxed out. We have one little headdress here. And Una, will you please disenchant for us? I mean, that's better than the boots we have. Ooh. That is a much better spear than what we're currently using. We will probably transition to this. Now, if we had infinite currency, I would use this as a base and go off of it. But we're not there. We're definitely... not as good as these, so that's the way we're going to go. For now, swap these out while I'm thinking about it. Swap this out while I'm thinking about it. So that I don't forget either of those. We're going to disenchant those. Uncut skill gems level 3. I don't think we have any of these. Do we want to switch to something different? We might. We'll look at it. I am excited to see so many of these new skills and so many of these new trees. They'll have no idea. Okay. So remember, we're headed down here because specifically we're looking for increased damage against things that are afflicted with an ailment. With a reminder that contagion is chaos damage over time debuff, which is technically an ailment. Did we get some increased mana regen somewhere? Because I feel like all of a sudden we're not having the mana problems we were having. But I didn't recall getting anything that gave me that. Maybe it's just the continuous upping of our mana pool. That the regen rate now is, you know, having the opportunity to do something. We're going to go ahead and keep these. We've caught up to the maximum level of, like, everything that was in our stash. So that is a ring we will definitely magic up and equip before we go into the last boss so that we live. Because if you do not think that that is important, you do not know very well what is going on. Well, that was a really nice scepter. We're going to grab these for organizational reasons, not for anything else. We're going to grab these. We're going to go into Stash tab 5. There we go. That's a little better organized. I don't like chaos. Do we have uniques on this already? A unique wand and a unique staff and a unique shield. Well, this is not even the unique shield that we put up there. Interesting. Okay, and we do need to get back to Freythorn before our gear disappears and before we lose our ritual rewards. Now, you don't get a ton of ritual around here, so I wouldn't necessarily... Oh, hang on. That's big. +1 level to all minion skills. Yes, please. We're probably going to keep that hat for a good chunk of the game. Because that's big for us. Can we get anything else out of here? We're grabbing other rewards because deferring doesn't do us any good. Because we're going to be forever before we see another ritual, and any item that's of any value here is not going to be of any value then. Alright, let's go ahead and teleport out. And I want to go immediately back into the hunting grounds. Hopefully we didn't reset it. Nope, we did, which is fine. We'll just chase this spirit. Ooh. But see how we were talking about the ailments earlier? We were talking about how they're listed underneath them. You can see here everything is listed as stag touched. Okay, we are getting into a situation where we cannot move. That is death in this game. You want to know the fastest way to die. Get stuck. Where are you going? Oh, of course, you're grabbing the one that can make everything around it invulnerable. That's what you want us to fight. Okay. Also, that is a keyword I have seen more now in this character and in this run than in the two other characters that I put together combined that are in maps. And maybe that's just because everything else died too fast. Not necessarily because it's less, but still. Just make sure we're on the same page. Okay, there's Freythorn. That is of no value to us. The increased attack speed feels really good. So we need to make sure that we remember that. I know that generally attack speed feels good, but sometimes it feels necessary, not just good. And that would be the case this time. Alright, let's get in here and get this closed. Oh, here's another ritual. Alright. Do we get a reward for this one? I don't know if we do or not. We're gonna do it anyway, just because. It is hard to know. That's a nice... Ooh, another Exalted Orb. That is very nice. We may even get to spend one soon. So the first thing we're going to try to do is get a Regal Orb. We're going to take that. We're going to get a Regal Orb and try to make sure that we are... keeping that hat as up to date as we can, because minion skills is basically everything we're casting except for contagion and spear spells. So that affects our minions, it will affect our companions, and that being on a hat is, I won't say it's super rare, but in a non-trade environment, that may be the only one we see. Right, so it was worth it for that, if nothing else. Can I? No, I can't. Okay, but it was worth it because it gave us a level 4 skill gem. Alright, we're going to go with the Unearth level up because that is the crux of our damage profile at the moment in packs. Not because of the spell itself, but because of the results of the spell. Now there is one more summonable boss here that we want to try to find, because in solo self-found, power is through levels and gear. It's like always throughout the rest of the game. But gear is very difficult to find, as some of you maybe are starting to realize. People don't realize how trade dependent they actually are. Okay, so we're going to step into the farmlands, not necessarily because we want to do what's here in the farmlands, but because we want to grab the waypoint while we found it. So even if we accidentally reset where we were, we have the next play. jump in, grab the waypoint, jump out. Now, where are we map-wise here? Probably down this way, but I'm not sure. If we see Crowbell again, we might kill him. I don't know. I'm curious. I feel way stronger than I did before I went into Freythorn. And maybe it's just my imagination. Maybe I'm actually not. But I feel way stronger, which is weird. Here's that other summons we were looking for. A support gym, thank goodness. Okay, I believe that's the last thing we needed to do here. So I'm wondering if the little minions that I just got that are doing damage and poisoning, if they're also enhanced by the scepter I'm wielding, then we're doing some crazy stuff. Because like I said, maybe it's just my imagination, but I feel way more powerful. Alright, let's go ahead and go. How's our inventory looking? We'll go ahead and go back to town real quick. Alright, and then disenchanting through Una. Let's check out this spear. Slightly less damage for no visible benefit. We'll throw that. Intelligence, maximum life, and lightning resistance. We might go that way. We are not replacing our hat anytime soon. Not even a question, not a maybe, not a probably. There's nothing major on our chest piece. We are not an evasion tank at the moment, so... Six of one, half a dozen of another. About how that works. We'll probably add another thing to this and see. It might be worth us keeping. Maybe. So we'll add another modifier to this. Accuracy rating. I mean, we'll put it in here. Let's look at our support skills. Let's see if there's something we can throw here. Support skills break 50% more armor. Okay, right now it's not breaking armor. Is it? It is not. Alright, prolonged duration is a cost modifier. 20% increased cost, 10% is 30. We actually have exactly enough to do this. Let's look and see if there's any other better option. This might actually do it. Okay. Okay, I was not expecting that. So, just so we're clear on what my expectation was. I saw this, and this says it's 110% cost modifier. So what I expected was my Ravenous Swarm to then take 33 spirit, and it doesn't seem to have done that. Is that just unique to it? Is that something else I've missed? And I know, for somebody who's played this game as many hundreds of hours as I have, but I only know the things that directly affect my builds. And I have not, despite how I played Path of Exile 1, I've not played any kind of summoning build at all. In Season 1, in Season 2, like, it just hasn't happened. Ooh, I'm not sure what hit me there. All right, we will definitely look at that chess piece. Oh. There's another belt. That'll be awesome. Oh, where did all my minions go? So I joke about my minions not doing a ton of damage, and then I end up in a fight like that without them at all, and I'm like, ooh. Oh, hang on. All right. And then we have a little pumpkin patch here and scarecrows. Spooky season. This is actually one of the few tile sets I have learned to hate on mapping. But that's because the only person I've played it on has been my ranger, who, let's just say, doesn't have a good time with that kind of stuff. Right, this should be a higher quantity of items, not quality. We're going to come over here. Not necessarily because... Oh, they go through that. Ace didn't know that. They don't go through either type of mobs, either mine or theirs. But there we go. Hey, Orb of Transmutation will always be welcome. Let's get our skill point in real quick. This is going to be big. Extra damage to everything that has an ailment. I think y'all will see the notable increase that I am feeling with the locusts going through and poisoning everything, and us throwing our little chaos ailments everywhere. I think we're going to hit that pretty hard. That's probably the exit. We're gonna step through and grab that. Again, when you see an exit, go through, grab the waypoint. If y'all see me not do that, go, hey Brunick, you're a dummy. That's fine too. Now, normally I don't worry about going through and making sure, but we do have 2 quests in here. There is one for the loot, and then there is this one. I am glad we found this one quickly. That makes me happy. This is just basically a fight arena. Because extra skill gems are extra skill gems. I need to remember to start picking up all the spears I can. Again, not necessarily for any particular reason, but I've got to remember that that's my primary weapon at the moment, and that I do need to be watching. I don't think the odds of me getting a better one than what I have are high. but we might find something. You never know. Or we might accidentally make something. We're also looking for the house for Una's loot. That's L-U-T, not L-O-O-T. Wants to make music. Okay. Aha. This is also here. I forgot we already closed that up, though. Right. Should be a house around here somewhere. I mean, her loot should be in here somewhere in all this mess. Nope. Okay. Okay, there's obviously more going this way. Now, by the way, for those that are curious, I never did really explain the reason for my build. Or I didn't explain it well. So the tactician, in this particular instance, has a lot of abilities to enhance what happens to your allies, which companions and pets are all considered allies, so it's kind of one of those, I'm interested to use the parts of the tactician probably nobody else uses to make a thing happen that nobody else wants to make happen. Aha, here we go. It's a loot box. Oh, not that kind of loot box. I know. I'm even tired of that joke, guys. Didn't even wait for the spear to go off. Alright, there's not really any other reason for us to hang around, so we're gonna go. And again, if you're not sure what's worth hanging around for and what's not, everything of strategic value is listed here. So, the Una's hut is listed. The crop circle, we took care of that. This will go away as soon as we go back to town and turn in the loot. That will then have an X through it, which means we've completed that task. Just like that. And, hey Brunick, why did you hunt so hard for that? That is exactly why. Okay, let's go ahead and we're going to grab more dexterity here. That's all for parrying and block chance, which is not necessarily anything that we need to worry about. That's elemental damage to enemies. I'm just kind of looking for plotting out our path. I think it's just going to end up having to be this way. We're not going to equip a quiver. Attack speed. Not enough to matter. So we will probably just go through and go this route and go more defensive. I'd like to have a few more offensive options. But we seem to be stacking up a lot better now at the moment. So I'm not too worried. We were really struggle busing there for a little bit. But a couple of key upgrades have really turned that around. Extra life. So theoretically this is not better, but it is a higher tier than this. So we're probably going to move to it. This is amazing, but that level 1 to minion skills makes a ton more difference. We are definitely not switching that out. All right. And we have those level 4 books to read. I feel like I need to do this. Nice. Okay, so the gains charges per second is, to me, one of the most underrated things in solo. And in solo self-found. Now, the reason that that's important is because your flask only has so many charges. Why did I do that? That is not what I wanted to do. If you run out of charges in the middle of a fight, you're just out of healing. Tough luck. So I am a big fan of that as a... Let's go to equipped gems here. Skeletal Arsonist. Remember we picked up 2 of those. And Contagion. So, see, this is cleared. Now here we have Blacksmith's Chest in Ogrim Village and the Executioner. So we'll want to make sure that we accomplish both of those things, and we'll be good to go. All right. Now, especially with that extra level in the Arsonists, we are starting to get somewhere. And by the way, Unearth is considered a minion skill, so part of the reason that was such a big find is actually because that is a minion skill and increases the level of that as well. I hate the fact that it is currently balanced this way, but ability levels matter almost more than anything else you can find on gear. If the ability level matches something that you're using, it is always superior. And again, I don't necessarily like that that's how it is, but I am smart enough to realize that that's how it is. Nice, nice. Ooh, and a better life flask. Just kind of looking through the items there. Nothing that will want to turn into anything. Another nice trove, an artificer's orb. We'll take that for sure. Another greater life flask. We will take that. Remember, we are looking for not only the exit, but also the blacksmith's trove. We do not need it for the bench, because we already have that upgrade through previous playthroughs. One of the things I would love for them to add, and I know that the guys who make this game won't won't see this or hear this or care because I'm not that kind of creator. Uh, I don't have that kind of influence. I wish there was a way that I could reset my stash in Solo Self-Found without having to start a new account. Or that I could set a stash in Solo Self-Found as an isolated stash. I would even be willing to pay for the ability to do that, so that I don't have to keep separate what I have earned and what I have not, without having to buy a brand new copy of the game and keep track of that, or go through and move everything out of my stash into, or sell everything or whatever. I don't necessarily want to get rid of everything that I have for all of the Solo Self-Found characters that I have, but a way to more easily differentiate for characters would be clutch. And again, I would be willing to pay for this. Heck, I'd be willing to pay for this per season. Now, I say that knowing that Grinding Gear Games is one of the most ethical free-to-play companies that exist. And they will probably balk at my suggestion to do that. But I do say, give me the chance to give you more money. Help me help you. That most satisfying level up sound. I clicked it. I knew exactly where it was, and I clicked way away from it. Okay, we are struggling on this blacksmith's. Ooh, a ruby ring. Shame it's not a sapphire ring, but also not going to complain. Okay, looks like we're going to fight the executioner first. Question mark? Nope. Never mind. I don't know why I did that. I know better. I threw a spear and then instantly replaced it. Alright, a blank rune. We have the skill point available. We'll go ahead and grab it. This way. Okay, we're not doing elemental ailments. We're doing other ailments. So that's not going to help us as much. Now we need the door out of here. But that's generally easy to find. So my kids are probably tired of hearing me say, just turn left. But anytime you're in any kind of game maze of any type, just turn left. Only make left turns, like you're in NASCAR. No, I'm not apologizing for that. Or only make right turns. It really doesn't matter which one. So we do this a lot in games like Valheim, where you're exploring dungeons and things like that. Hang on, we're going to pick that up. Oh, no, we're going to go pick that up. When you're exploring a dungeon, it's like, okay, I don't know where to go. No problem. Always turn left. If you always turn left, you will eventually end up back at the entrance. But not before you have been everywhere else that you can be. And that really helps them understand how to explore an area. Okay. I mean, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter, but sure. We'll grab one of those. Let's have Una disenchant all of the stuff we just got, because it was a lot. That is a much better flask. That is also a much better flask. Both of those are amazing. That shield's pretty cool, but it doesn't necessarily help us. So we are going to go ahead and get rid of that one as well. Ooh, what's this? That cold resist is nice. The thorn damage is useless. I also like the life recovery from flasks. But I like the 11 to strength more. Just because of the extra life. I think at the moment that means more. But maybe not. So we are going to go ahead and... That is now a very nice flask. Okay. Let's get all of our stuff put away. I think we're definitely replacing this ring here. Do we have any other... No. We'll keep that nice and upgraded. Visit the well since we just switched out flasks, and away we go. And I almost walked away without picking that up, which was the entire reason I went to town in the first place. Shame on Burnick. I am a little worried about how skill gem dependent we're going to be on capturing new creatures as a companion thing. So it may behoove us early not to completely disengage all of our abilities. Now we are making sure to use our unearth because, I mean, he's giving us lots of minions. Be a shame not to take advantage of them. Because there's so many minions in this fight, it's so easy. Because he brought all the minions to the fight. Now, the reason I'm concerned about the number of skill gems that we'll need later is because each... Think of a skill gem in this case and how it works, more like a Pokeball. So what you're going to do is you're going to capture a specific minion. Now, I haven't figured out if it levels up as the gem levels up. If not, that means every time we get a gem, we'll have to hunt a new monster to keep its level competitive until we get closer to like level 80 and 90. Which is not necessarily something that we're, I'm hoping to be able to get that far. But that's way harder on solo self-found. Okay, let's just double check that we haven't missed anything major or important. We have not. All side objectives are done. How are we doing on space? We're not in bad shape. Wish I didn't need that giant mall, but... the Artificer's Orb you get from any socketed item that you take apart until you get 30 or 40 is going to be something that you definitely want to keep. It's worth going back to town an extra time or two. What you don't want in solo self-found is to be like, man, I wish I would have picked those up. Man, I wish I would have more of that currency. I wish I wouldn't have used it all to blah, blah, blah. This is especially true with Exalted Orbs once you get into mapping, because they are so important to what you do. It's why they have the value they have. Oof. That was a fun little adventure. I actually had to try a little bit. Not a lot. What is with the additional projectiles magic guys? Why are they a thing? So, we have that armor break on the little pest minions. We definitely need to juice the amount of armor broken. I also want to double check and verify that they are indeed getting the minion bonus, even though they're spirit gems, because I don't know if they do or not. Pretty sure they do. But I don't know what difference that actually makes, because the damage is supposed to come from poison. One of my least favorite abilities in the game, where the game just decides to cut off entire swaths of terrain with stuff that doesn't go away. At least not for a while. Coupled right there with the abyssal, all of the post-death abyssal explosions that they added into Abyss. That was just... those are painful. Let's just leave it at that. Alright, the build feels like it slowed down a little bit, which is definitely interesting. Well, that's gonna be difficult. So, with these guys that are like this, that are mana draining, you either want to be on the inside or the outside of that ring. When I say outside, you want to be far outside. If you do not do that, what's going to happen is you're going to be out of mana instantly. Oh, we ended up with a spider. Undying Will and Armored. Most of our damage is physical damage. That sucks. So we're gonna get close enough to make sure that we break some of that armor. He is still not armor broken yet though, so maybe that won't be enough on its own. I was hoping with us being so physical damage dependent, it would be a little easier for us to break the armor using that poison. Apparently that poison is rather pathetic. So this armored guy is going to take us a while. This is where on a live stream I'd be like, it's a shame I can't use the a few moments later. Because that's how it feels. Now I can kill the minions. That's part of what made that so difficult. Ooh, level 5 skill gem. And a regal orb. We have been desperately seeking one of those. Now, for speed reasons, we could have just gone this way and dropped a bunch of these. This one is going to give us quite a bit that we need, so I'm not mad about it. Wondering if there's something in here that we should have also gone for, just to make sure. I don't think so. We're going to go ahead and grab an intelligence node here. Don't need any of that. That. We will take that one because something we can disenchant. It says we are definitely over encumbered, which is fine. We have a bunch of stuff to get rid of. Now, it is my intent to try to get to... Is that another level 5 skill gem? It is. That is great. It is my intent to get through Act 1 tonight. Then we can hit Act 2 tomorrow. It should be right at the end of Act 2 that we actually get our companion. And I am probably playing this again tomorrow, though I'm not quite sure. I'll have to... Wow. Both of them were stun threshold. Okay. That's a really nice hammer. Just a random helmet. That's what we're doing. Okay. Now we have a ton of stuff to put away in the stash. That is fantastic. That is always what you want to see. Now we have 2 support gems and 2 upgrade gems. So in case you're ever curious, the fastest way is to go to your equipped gems, always. We're going to go ahead and we're going to level up Contagion first. We are going to level up... Let's make sure there's not something else in here we want to grab. I don't know, this seems really tempting. We have not done anything with that. we will just stick to what we currently have, not necessarily because it's good, because that's what's working for us. That. Now, for our support gems, we absolutely must do something about this Ravenous Swarm. I think this is 50% more, though. I don't know that that's better. Let's see. In a fight, that might do better. And it is getting the global modifier. That's nice. Spirit gems you get far less frequently than regular ones. Maybe it does better in solo self-found. Maybe not. Is there something else we can grab on Contagion that will help us? Okay, let's look at Unearth instead. Honestly. Is it doing any other damage besides physical? Does this affect the actual minions? Support skill deals no elemental damage. Does that mean my minions deal no elemental damage? See, what I need, one of the things that I need in this game, really bad, besides just going in and using something like Path of Building, is I really want a... So this is going to be a bit of a weird thing. I really want a simulacrum. So in the game Warframe, every time you get in a fight with a minion and you scan it, that minion's essence goes into a simulacrum. And you can then pull that minion out and test things against it. And you get damage reports and all kinds of other stuff. A testing ground for our build that does not require me to, you know, go out and do crazy stuff would be nice. Again, grinding gear games. Let me pay for that. I need something armored that will last a bit longer. That seems to be much faster and much better. I feel like we'll actually strip the armor off of something with that. If not, we may have to get a skeleton archer, even a low-level one, just for that poison. And do the same with it. I don't want to do that, but we are, at the moment, we are extremely dependent on armor break. Because we're doing nothing but physical damage. Except for Contagion. Let's see... Oh, that's going to take us back in a circle, which we'll do just for the experience and everything else. Not necessarily what I'm trying to do. I hate these. Okay, we didn't find the gallows. That does give us a skill gem that is very important in solo self found, so we're gonna go hunt that down real quick. Always poison. Huh. The fact that I hit stun threshold before armor break threshold is kind of crazy. Not gonna lie. So the answer is that's not working at all. But we really didn't have a clear way of knowing for sure without trying it. It's not terrible, but it's definitely not fast enough either. We need to see if there's some other way we can accomplish that. We may have to do it through physical damage. Through the actual unearth spell itself. We'll see. I mean, I know that's viable. I know that's doable. Contagion doesn't have a way to do it because it's chaos damage, not poison damage. Now, if Contagion were poison damage, not chaos damage, we could make it strip armor. But that is indeed not how that ability works. It has to be physical damage. And that was what we were looking for. We're going to grab the checkpoint here, and we're going to skedaddle. If you feel like you're behind in experience, I always recommend that you turn around, do a little more. But we're okay at the moment. At least I feel like we are. Now, there's quite a few optional bosses here that we want to make sure that we do. Gold is wasted on the rich. Can I just call you Florin? That's who he reminds me of. Nice. An essence. Now that's going to come in clutch. Now, for those that do not know, what essences do is essentially they become a regal orb with a guaranteed outcome. So we discussed regal orbs. They take something from blue to, well, I'm colorblind, so they take it from rare, or from magical to rare. What happens with a essence is it takes an item from magic to rare, but it does so with this is going to be the outcome every time, so that you have a little more control. Remember how I said if something, the fewer things an item had, the more control you had over its outcome? That's exactly what I meant. I mean, we're going to do it because it's here, and I don't like leaving things not done, but contains identified items. Yay. Identifying items is a single button click. Oh, that's an orb of alchemy. That is amazing. So, we talked about the progress from normal item to magic item to second effect on a magic item to rare, right? The alchemy orb skips that entire process for you. So, I'll show you in just a second. Let me get all this rearranged. So, instead of going all the way up through a regal orb and even using an exalted, this takes a normal or magic item into a rare item, but it scraps, oh, that's why I had it. It scraps all the modifiers. What that means is, so for instance, if we had one of the rings that we have that's just like, the base on it is really good, it's magical or normal, and we want to do more with it, then, but the stats on it are trash. An alchemy orb will give us that item as a rare item with brand new with random modifiers. They may not be brand new. It may randomly give you the same old modifiers, but generally speaking, it doesn't. Now, it used to be the item had to be a normal item, and that actually lowered the value of the alchemy orbs. They've actually taken a recent jump in the market because now it can also be a magic item. And why that's valuable is the same reason that all currency is valuable. We're fixing to step into a boss fight. The reason the currency is valuable is because of how it affects your abilities to map. So mapping is all about your ability to take items or tablets. This music seems way louder than what we've been dealing with. Is his stun threshold just really low? So one of the things I'm noticing about our little plague friends is their very short range away from me. Okay. Let's go back to town real quick. But the entire currency exchange in Path of Exile is based on how valuable the currency item is in mapping, because that is the most common activity that people do at the highest levels. Which is a whole nother discussion. Okay. The temptation to switch over to a buffing only scepter is so high for no reason. I don't know why my brain is just buzzing with get a buffing scepter, get a buffing scepter. One of the reasons that's problematic and why I haven't done it is because the skeletal minions are the only thing keeping everything off of me at the moment. Now, ideally, companions are going to do that later. But at the moment, that's problematic. So that was the other boss that we wanted to grab while we were here. I definitely like the VO of the mercenary. I still wish, truly wish, Grinding Your Games would take another suggestion of mine. Another way for you guys to make money. take some of your most famous community people, especially with Path of Exile 1, which has a much higher base than 2, I think. Now, you guys are business people. Y'all make up your minds on that. Get together and give some of your content creators the opportunity to go in and do voice lines. And when they do those voice lines, I'm not inflicting poison. I was going to see if... Okay, so this might actually be worth the detour. Targets be affected by one or more of your poison and a higher magnitude. But I'm not inflicting them, so will that matter? I mean, if not, we can respec out of it, but... I think we might go that way and see what happens. If somebody's tested this already and knows, don't tell me. I know that sounds weird, but I'm one of those people, I don't learn nearly as well. Unless I'm learning the hard way. Until I've made that mistake. Somebody can tell me 100 times. Does not have near the impact of personal experience. What is our cold resist right now? Because if it's not very high, we're probably going to stall for a minute. And go use that Orb of Alchemy on a cold ring that we have sitting in the inventory. Because Count Geonor loves his cold damage. Little too much. Oh, there we go. Just digging up corpses to feed the thing. But as I was saying, have some of your content creators come in, have all of the voice lines for the different classes, and have them performed by your, I don't want to say celebrities, but yeah, your celebrities, your influencers who are playing your game and that your people are watching. Then do a 70-30 split with them. And say, you know, we did all the recording booth and all the other stuff. We get 70, you get 30, and people can buy it for, they can buy your voice pack for $10. And maybe it makes a fortune. Maybe it doesn't. But what's it cost you to actually try that? How many of your community members would kill for that opportunity? So, and maybe I'm wrong. Maybe none of them would. But you could start with somebody like Darth Micro, who just loves your games, plays them a ton. He would probably not buy his own voice pack. But he's probably turned off the dialogue on all of his characters because of, and not saying that your voice actors did a poor job by any stretch of the imagination. But sometimes it's the wrong vibe. What does Malice do? Critical weakness. Worthless to us. At least at the moment, because we're not necessarily looking for criticals. That's not our aim. We might get there. That might become a thing that we are trying to do. I need to remember in this fight with Gianor that I really need to get in kind of close and stay there. Our mana potion's struggling to keep up. We're not having to use it often, but we are having to use it. Orb of Alchemy, Hunting Spear. Very nice. I don't think this is going to be better than what we have, but you can always look. Nope, definitely not better than what we have. It's still good fodder. It will feed our crafts later on. You know, I can remember I was playing Path of Exile 1, I was playing Hardcore and Solo Self-Found, and I remember finding a Divination Orb super early in the game, I think Act 5. And the people in the stream were freaking out. It's like, you realize I'm Solo Self-Found and Hardcore. Like, that div is just a div. It's not, you know, because if you were to get that normally in a trade league... All right, we are going to run back home real quick. If you get that during like a trade league and you can go trade that for supplies, like you're set for the rest of your run, especially that early on. But for me, it was just another Tuesday. I don't know why the pull is so strong, chat. I don't. I truly don't. It doesn't make sense. Why do I want to do that so bad? And the funny thing is, I know that it's shooting myself in the foot. Like, I actually know that. I know that it is not of value to me. And yet. So we're literally just gonna, we just got that alchemy orb. Okay, which of these two are we gonna swap out? Definitely this one. Yep. Our survivability with this is going to go way higher than it was. We're gonna put you in there. Just to hold on to anything else that we can upgrade or try or do. Just to make this fight a little easier on ourselves. We have our oh, you know what we forgot to do, chat? Not that this makes a massive difference on our side, but 55 guard every time we get hit with cold is going to actually be huge. That's 55 health every time he hits us with cold. Let's go. Now, this is the only time we get this shot at these minions, but they won't last long enough. Remember, we're going to be trying to stick near him despite the fact that we're not melee, because we want our swarm of biting insects to do their work. And believe it or not, melee attacks from a boss like this are generally easier to dodge from inside their melee range. Oh, that is superior in every possible way, Gianor. Please do that again. That should be him stunned. So he should be phasing? Yeah, okay, now he's phasing. So there's no reason to fight him at this point. None of the damage you do is going to matter. You want to preserve your charges, all that fun stuff while he's talking to her. And it, oh, that was bad. We shouldn't have done that. Until he transforms. Now, nothing we do matters. See, my guys are sitting here hitting him. Perfect. We get a minion phase. Anytime we can get a minion phase, we are happy to take that minion phase. Does the throw just do that much more stun threshold than I thought? Okay, maybe we need to be investigating that as our primary attack. At least for now, I think it's actually better. And some of that's stun threshold, some of it's not. Ooh, that was close. Easy. Now, something else Brunick has learned the hard way. Do not leave while they're talking. I have gone back to town more than a few times. I always forget. While they're having this discussion and there's no loot on the ground. If you leave the room, when you come back, there will not indeed be loot on the ground. I keep hoping they'll fix that. But they have not. That is what you're looking for.
Let us return to Clearfell to make our preparations.
All right, folks, and that thus ends Act 1. We are going to do a little bit of housekeeping here real quick. to look. Okay. 16% of damage. I don't know why I'm looking at these. They don't actually matter to what we're doing. I mean, that is probably better than what we're wearing. Except for the lack of intelligence on it, so we'll hold off. Okay, I really like the rarity on that one, but I also really like this right here, and it might, yeah, it will definitely, even though they're armor-based, we're definitely going with those. We are going to put these in our stash for anybody later, any run later where we're not doing any kind of like challenge run of any sort. We do want to check Renly really quick to look at his wares and see if there's anything necessarily that is just infinitely superior. Every time I say, nah, there's no way the vendor has anything really good, I'll have hovered over something and chat will be like, hey, by the way, you're an idiot. So I always do take a quick glance. Specifically, I was looking at the helmets for anything with +2 minion. Oh, that's melee skills. We are not specializing in melee skills by any stretch of the imagination. Okay. We're going to talk to the hooded one, and we are going to follow the beast's trail. To make sure there's not anything else I want to do before I leave. I don't like having to come back. All side objectives are done. All side objectives are done. Even the optional ones. Okay. We are good to go. Thankfully, that I was prepared for that to blast my eardrums out and to have to apologize for YouTube. But it was indeed not. Okay, so thank y'all very much for coming and hanging out. Thank you absolutely for being here. If you left a comment, I greatly appreciate it, even if it's a negative one. If you did not, please consider doing so. I would love to know how you feel about this series, about this concept. I much prefer to do things long form. I do not necessarily have the time to go and edit videos and repost them onto YouTube, so these tend to just go on as they are. I don't necessarily like that, but it is what it is. So, I appreciate knowing what you folks would like to see, what you think, even if, as long as what you think is constructive. If you don't like something, tell me why. Tell me what I can do to make it better. Anyway, y'all have a fantastic rest of y'all's evening, and I will catch y'all tomorrow at the same time. We are generally streaming from 5 p.m. Central Time to 9 p.m. Central Time. Sometimes we cut out a little early, just depending on if we hit good breakpoints. And I will catch y'all later.